I start very beginning. When you grow up from your childhood, you start with the basic knowledge which you have taken from your families. This is one point. Then you go to your families means not only your mother and father, we also grandfather and grandmother as well. The way they live, you observe in your life, in early your childhood. Then you go to the primary school, you go to the secondary school, you go to the university. So you face with other, uh, let's say, faces, lecturers, and also friends. So you communicate with them. In the meantime, your brain power or the way you look at the life is, let's say, progressing. I hope it's progressing in a positive direction. That's very important. So I said that while I was preparing this course, I I'm the one which grow up in a secular state, Turkish Republic, which in 2 days' time we are going to celebrate the 100 years of the Republic of Turkish Republic. You can see the flags over there. So I have already started celebrating it. And also when I grow up in a secular state, I also have got some courses from the books and the schools about the history of science. Not as detailed as we are discussing here, but you are learning actually. Since I'm an engineer, I know, for example, the early developers of the electromagnetic field theory. I know early founders of the circuit theory. I know what magnetism is all about. I know what electromagnetic wave is all about, and also re, uh, radium knowledge. Then we end up with, of course, we start with Archimedes and things like this, but we end up with the relativity theory. So I remember when I was in university in the course called mechanics, which it was very difficult course at that time for even for electric and electrical engineering students. Then we learn about the motion of the satellites. I'm sorry, the orbits and the other world as well. So equations in space we also learned in 3 dimensions. Istanbul Technical University was very hard university at that time. Anyway, so I learned about the development of the technology, science and technology together. But of course, as an engineer, we don't spend enough time on the philosophy of it. While I was teaching that course, and I was my early age of high school and things like this, we have got lots information coming from the West. West means the what is the conflict between Christianity and the science. There are a lot of examples about this. And at the end, I came to the conclusion that particularly for the Christianity uh, orders on the Christian society, not us. Since I'm a republic person, I grow up in the secular Turkish Republic. Therefore, I haven't got pressure coming from the religious orders. Probably you understand what I mean. Of course, if you look at the relationship between religion and science, is always difficult. not because of the religious itself, but because of the people who interpret it, who believes that, who is responsible to explain things to you about religion. But they are actually imposing their own approach, their own mentality. Probably you understand me. Anyway, so this is a kind of introduction, and I would like to, in the very beginning of this course, I would like to celebrate again the 100th century of Turkish Republic, and I'm proud and very happy to be here as a person of the Republic, since this republic is based upon the freedom of speech, equality, gender equality, women and men, or boy and girls are equal, should be equal according to the law, and also respect to the women. They also can vote. Quite recently, in one country, the ladies has got a right to drive vehicles. They can't get even the permission to drive the vehicle. So this is the way we grow up. We believe in a free society. That's very important. While I was preparing this course every year, I also am developing. I'm changing. So I would like to share that view with you, and I'm going to devote those times today. I'm going to devote my time on some certain fundamentals of the scientific approach coming from the East. Of course, the West, we know what's going on. And I'm not going to start the Newton time, then beyond, which is a nice time. However, if you look at the history of the let's say dark age of the West, Bruno, for example, I'm going to mention about Bruno. I'm going to mention about Copernic. I'm going to mention about Galilei. So these are the people saying something which church is not accept. And they say you are witch, which biliyorsunuz cadı in Turkish. And they, for example, Bruno is burned down, punished. And you don't, probably we are going to see how many scientists are killed because of their positive ideas. Okay, so let's start with the science. Of course, we have defined the science before, but mainly it's a social science, the abstract science, social science, natural science. Don't forget that. The natural science is our part. Abstract science is also our part, is a mathematics. Social science is the implementation of the change of the society. And this is what we have discussed last week. And we have continued the biological science, physical science, pure science and applied science. This is also another very important division, pure science and applied science. And also pure biology and applied if it is a biology. And scientific methods we have discussed last week: observation, asking questions, asking a question, they say. Well, asking questions, actually. Gathering information, gather the information together, forming a hypothesis, and then testing your hypothesis in different cases, then making conclusions. If you reach the conclusion, you have to report it. But if you look at the history of science, Copernic, for example, the famous physician about particularly the satellites, the world is turning, and is a really pioneer, is a leader Copernicus. He hasn't published. He until he was very old, then he published his book. Since it's against the church, you are going to see that, and you have to report it. And then the others are evaluating, and yourself is also evaluating the other people's work as well. We all know how it started. And also we have look at the history. Aristotle is one of the earliest example, and it seems that Aristotle is also has influence on the East, particularly the early Islamic philosophers as well. I haven't properly read the life of Ibn al-Haytham, but generally they say Ibn al-Haytham is one of the founder earlier of the positive thinking, let's say, and they say Galileo also is affected his approaches. But if you look at the dates, Aristotle was living before Christ, so it's a minus. You can see that is, look at my cursor, 384 minus, then as long as he lives, he is the date is approaching to zero, 322. So 300 years before zero. Okay. However, Ibn al-Haytham was living in 965. I expect, I don't know whether you are clearly listening me or not, but please refer the dates. So in order to evaluate the effect of the founder, the original people, and then the rest, you are going to look at the dates. That one is 900 and almost 1,000 years after that one, more than 1,000 years after Aristotle. I'm going to give you some examples about Bruni, for example, and also I'm going to give you some examples about Farabi. So I'm going to today. I'm not going to continue. Archimedes, for example, also lived in minus 2000. Sorry, minus 287, and died minus 212. So probably 100 years later than Aristotle. He's not only obtaining the rules about, but he's a philosopher as well. Those big scientists are also considered what kind of world we are living in, why we are here, what the life is, how it started, why we are dying. This is the questions they ask all the time. We also ask. Even today, we can't properly solve the problem. We don't know. That's why some religious people and religious books are giving humankind some, let's say, hopes that they are going to survive after die. They give, I repeat, please listen to me. If you look at the religious books, they gave you the hope that when you complete your life, you are very young, probably you never, however, you are going to face with, you have already faced with your grandfathers, grandmothers, and so, or accidents happens, and you might have been losing some friends in early ages. So that is something also very important, and those scientists always think about that one as well. Religious books solve this problem. They say there is another world. When you die, you are going to go there. In our book, for example, if you are a good person, you are going to the heaven. If you are a bad person, you are going to the hell, and you will be punished over there. That is Farabi. I just added to our system. Abu Nasr al-Farabi is widely regarded as the founder of philosophy within the Islamic world. Şimdi tarihe dikkat edeceğiz. Nerede tarih? 870 and 950. So before El-Haytham, Farabi was lived 100 years earlier than, you can see that Haytham lived 950, between 960 and 1000. So it seems that Farabi is earlier, almost even almost 200 years. Nerede Farabi? Yeah, that's right. At least 150 years earlier than Al-Haytham. What he has done, of course, it is difficult to understand that. He was the first philosopher of his epoch to command unqualified respect of future generations. He has some people who are affected, but this is the Western world, by the way. I picked that notes, since in our society I can't read Arabic, so whatever I found, either Turkish, which I can't put it here. I read those Turkish notes, but as long as I find something in English, so I put it here. So that is, for example, he became known as the second teacher. The first one, they think Aristotle. So that source is proposing that Farabi is follower of Aristotle. But one thing is interesting. He born in Kazakhstan, so somewhere in Central Asia, and he lived in Baghdad. This is, I think, we have discussed last week. But he traveled to Byzantium. He knows Greek as well. So, of course, ancient Greek, is very much different than today's Greek. However, he knows Greek. He read all those things, and he affected the philosopher of the Islamic part. Of course, you all know that the Emevi Empire, or Emevi region, Emevi era, is the one which is expanding the Islamic Empire. However, in Baghdad, Abbasi was deeper than Emevi, as far as there are philosophers over there, and the Harun Rashid and other people, they support the philosophers, scientists, engineers, let's say early engineers. So that's Abbasi era is much better than. Now, we also have discussed Al-Jaziri last week, but if you look at the date, it's older than these two, the early ones. And Al-Jaziri is not a philosopher, actually, although comparing with the other people, of course, he's a philosopher. However, he's a engineer. He developed a lot of automatic control systems. So he might be regarded as the father of the robotics. So he has a lot of interesting robotic application. Not robotic, of course. It's a kind of mechatronic applications, taking the water from well, and also opening the doors, automatic opening the doors mechanisms. Lot of automatic mechanism he developed. As I told you last week, I have a book about this one. Before starting Galileo, or we can continue on Galileo. But don't forget, we moved. Yeah, I would like to follow the dates. So it's 16th century. So I'm not going to get in that one. Just a moment. Abu Rayhan Mohammed bin Ahmed al-Biruni was born in 1973 in Uzbekistan. So it's again in Central Asia. He has got the first science education from Abu Nasr Mansur. He was an outstanding mathematician and astronomer. He taught Bruni Euclidean geometry and Ptolemaic astronomy. And another fellow, the book says, Mahmud of Ghazni, an important 11th century Muslim ruler, ruler means probably he was the head of state, something like this, took al-Biruni with him on his travels to India. That is, look, if people travel a lot, they get new ideas, they learn new things. And here Bruni also he lived in India, and his famous book was Kitabul Tahkik Malil Hind. So he, of course, in between now, that Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan, this area is east of the Hazar Sea, the area, and they people here. But if you look at the date, of course, the Islamic empire is developed and reached there. These people became Muslim, and then, of course, they influenced also the Byzantium books, libraries. So they know Aristo. They know what Archimedes, and you can see that influenced by the works of Greek philosophers Aristo, Archimedes, and Democritus. However, Al-Biruni, I understand that he also influenced by the Indian. You see, when I look at the history of mathematics, I have seen some notes about the zero. Zero is widely used in it's Jebir, it's algebra is a Arabic word. So it is generally in our society, it's generally believed that zero is invented by the Arabs. However, when I look at the encyclopedias and the material, I also have uh, seen some notes that Indians also know about zero. Uh, uh, I believe if we go into China, you see, Chinese people are living in a cities. As long as you live in a cities, then you have a chance to think about what kind of world we are living. That's very important. And also they have a lot of inventions. Silk, for example, is the Chinese invention, and also um, I couldn't remember the name, the English of it, barut. So um, making guns and things like this is also an invention of Chinese. So I believe early Chinese civilization is not properly studied by ourselves. By ourselves means I'm a Turkish Republic student. Don't forget that. Anyway, so if you come to Brunei, so it has a lot of effect on influenced by the Indians and also the Greeks and also the early Islamic scientists and philosophers as well. We have already seen, but he worked on trigonometry and also worked on astronomy. Al-Biruni was also a very good encyclopedia writer, they say. They have their books. In his book Al-Asari Bakia Anil Kuruni Haliya. Probably my Arabic students could read that one much better than I do. Al-Asari Bakia. Baki means in English residue. Uh, Asar. What's the asar in English? Come on. I ask a question. Asar. But asar bakiya. Anyway, for we don't have time. History. I see. Bakiya. He showed the calendar system in use in the Middle and Near East. He described early medieval science of India. Yes, of course, we already discussed that one. So I don't want to spend too much time on it, but he worked about, for example, detailed information about more than 50 minerals, metals, alloys, uh, the other substances and things like this. He has another book, Kitab al-Saidele. Anyway, so, but look at this. I'm going to read that one. Follow my cursor, please. Al-Bruni put forward the first ideas on the theory of gravity, which was mathematically proven by Newton 700 years before Newton. So he has also worked about of course, there is something we must be fair in the East society. the scientists or let's say early engineers uh, occurred in the east part of the world, east part and Middle East and others. I'm not talking about Indians and the Chinese. I'm talking about the Islamic scientists. We intend to emphasize our success, but also West is doing the same thing as well. They would like to emphasize their success as well. But Newton, for example, is accepted now, is the founder of the mechanic equations. However, there is a note here. First ideas on theory of gravity, for example. As a result of his observations with telescopes, he developed 600 years before Galilei, who confirmed that the planets revolve around the sun. Al-Biruni defended the idea that the Earth rotates. Çocuklar bu önemli. If it is correct, so you see, church was against they believe world is flat and is not rotating and things like this. But Al-Biruni, for example, 600 years before Galileo, he says the world is rotating, and also other gravity, for example, mechanical equations. To the question of why trees and stones don't shoot up if the earth is spinning, he replied that there is an attraction at the center, and that everything in the center of the earth's surface. This is gravity. He has died 75. He has now. This is arguable. He inspired Copernicus and Galileo. I'm going to come back to Copernicus. Copernicus is really a very early founder in the west part of the world is rotating. Galileo is follower of the Copernicus, and also in 15 languages published his books. Anyway, that's enough, I think. So what? And there is one university in Turkey. Its name is Bruni University. So I picked those notes from that university's library. Okay, so we have seen some people discovered that the world is rotating, and actually not the sun is rotating, world itself is rotating, and also the early rules of the gravity and things like this. Now I come back to so we have started with Aristo and continued with Archimedes if in time scale early Of course, there's Socrates and also other Platon and other philosophers as well. However, it's not particularly our job to do that. We are trying to understand the history of the science actually, and then Ibn al-Haytham, Bruni, and also the Archimede we discussed. Farabi, we talked about him. Farabi is earlier than, for example, Bruni. Al-Jazari is completely different fellow. He's an engineer actually. He's not a deep mathematician, but he's an inventor. Leonardo, he's a type of fellow similar to Leonardo Vinci. Galileo. I'm going to briefly summarize his life. But before his life, I think we have to. I'm going to put another picture here about Copernicus. Polish. Copernicus is a Polish scientist, and he he understands that world is rotating actually. However, he's also careful person or cautious. He doesn't want to fight against the church. You see, if you look at the date, now we are in the 16th century. It's 1500, and before he dies, he wrote his famous book about the astronomy and saying that the world is rotating and things like this. Galileo uh, is a fellow who has got uh, influence from Copernicus. He born and died, worked in near Florence. Astronomer, mathematician, physician, but also he's a musician as well. He has some medicine information and mathematics. Very interesting person. For example, gravity of the solids, and he also lectured in University of Pisa. So he's a well-known person in the society. He has developed some philosopher ideas about all the, let's say, the way we think for science against some Aristo school. But what's happening actually? Look, during a visit to Rome, he spoke for the Copernican system, which put him at odds with Aristotelian professors, and to let the Copernicanism being declared false and erroneous by the church. So church is against Copernicanism, Copernicus ideas. But Galileo says, no, church is wrong, I'm right. Then it's a famous story that he has called by the what we call in Turkish Enkizisyon Mahkemesi. The he judged and by the religious council, let's say, and then he, they put a pressure on him. He was clever, by the way. He said, "All right, you are right. Uh, world is not rotating," he said. Then he saved his life. He saved his life, but what he did for the humanity or humankind, he wrote his famous book, and in his book, it is written before he died. He has managed to do that, and this is a very famous word or sentences when he declared that during the session of the uh, let's say judiciary system mahkeme. He said officially, yes, world is not rotating, world is flat and things like this. But then while he was moving and going out, he said, but nevertheless it's already rotating, he says. So he never accepts. Anyway, he's a kind of example how the religious people probably I'm not a religious expert, by the way. Even I know very little about three religions, three major. I don't know about Buddha, the others, very East religious points, but I know even the Christianity, the Dawoodi Jewish, and also Quran. I'm not expert on those, so I must admit that one. However, one thing I know, the books, actually the religious books, are not saying sort of unscientific matters. The people who implement, who interpret, who try to get a power from it, they think that they are representing the God or the religion, particularly in Catholic, for example, Church, those episcopos, Pope, they they they have a huge power, and that power is not only on the religious effect, but also very financial power as well. And that's why when the Protestants start saying that the Catholics are saying wrong, that is stupid, they say, then what happened? The most of the Protestants was massacred, and it took, a lot of people died. In England, for example, the the the king itself declared the war against church and managed to form an Anglican church. So they one thing is obvious. If some people implement or make a comments about religious book, they sometimes become unscientific channel. They get inside the unscientific channels quite often, by the way, not seldom, quite often. Unscientific they explain things in unscientific manner, and then they say, I have the religious power, so you have to do that, otherwise I can kill you. That is unacceptable. If we are living in the 21st century, we must say that nobody should be criticized. I'm not saying killing and things like this. Nobody should be criticized by their own ideas. And the way they read their religious books, and then the way they live according to this one. This is what secular society is all about. Anyway, so I come back. So that's what Galileo is all about. He saved his life. I don't want to get in the Newton, since Newton time is happy time. I would like to also look at some unhappy examples. So I'm going to open. I have found a very beautiful written Turkish note in through internet, and I'm going to put it that one, and I'm going to translate it to you. Okay. Let's. I felt a bit tired today. Let's take a break. It is already 53. So 5 past. Moment. So we take a coffee break. Okay. See you 5 past 11. Sorry, 5 past 10. 5 past 10. Okay.
Okay.
Hello again. When time comes, for example, just beginning of the Industrial Revolution, Galileo comes. Then Faraday comes. These are, and then we are going to start the technology. These are just only two examples. There are a lot of examples. Science is actually uh, developed during that time. Since the pressure of the church uh, is diminished, and also the free uh, scientific and technological studies are uh, intensified in the western part, and then industrial revolution is starting. But before than that, what's happening? So you are going to see. Sorry about that. It's Turkish, so I couldn't find an English version of it. But I'm going to give you. I'm going to present it in English. Those who have been judged or killed means executed, 9 science person because of their views, because of their ideas, because of their thinking. From ancient era, from until now, a lot of people are criticized. They became questioned and judged, and also some of them are killed, executed. One of them is Socrates. Look, Socrates is much earlier than Aristo. So it's before zero. It's minus 460. Then died minus 400. Is 399 means minus 400. So he lives 68 years. Yo, geriye doğru gidiyor. I'm sorry. So anyway, so but it is earlier than Aristo, Greek philosopher. His main idea is, you see, those philosophers are kind of brain which is not similar to ordinary people, and it is not similar to the governing people as well. Governing people means the power, they have got the power. Socrates was living in Athens, and talking with the people, and they generally say, think about yourself, try to understand yourself, they say. So their personal, he wants to improve the personality of the, it's a very interesting brain, but I know it's a bit outspoken. uh, Outspoken means, yani patavatsız veyahut da söylenmemesi gerekeni de söyleyebilen demek in Turkish. Daha dikkatsiz diyelim. And he always, this is a very famous sentence. you understand how little you know, and the the quality is in your soul, they say. You see, in also in our life, we always say that the way I start learning the topic, the way I learn the topic, the way I realize how little I know about it, they say in English. I repeat, the way I start learning the topic is the way I realize I know very little about it. Bir konuyu öğrenmek, o konu hakkında ne kadar az şey bildiğini anlamaktır in Turkish. Anyway, he hasn't written any book, but Platon, his student, wrote a book, Defense of the Socrates. And also, he is blamed that at that time they were believing some gods, you know those, the Greek gods, and he is accused that he is actually poisoning the young generation and trying to establish new gods. And then he has decided that he should be killed. He, what we call it in Turkish, baldran poison. He has the picture is represented this. Before he dies, he's drinking. You can see that all of them, all of his students are, crying and things like this, and he is now drinking the poison. The picture. His wife comes to visit him before he dies, and he says, those bad people are unfairly kill you. He says, yes, I'm going to be killed unfairly, but it is better than to be killed fairly. Haksız yere öldüreceğim, doğru, ama eğer haklı olarak öldürselerdi daha mı iyiydi demiş. İşte bu, yani bunlar aykırı beyinler, çocuklar. The awkward brains, that kind of people. Bu çok ilginç bir isim. Is there anyone who heard about Hypatia? Raise hand if you have information about him, about her rather. She's That's right, Adel. Thank you. Great. I'm very happy to hear it from you. She is philosopher, mathematician, and also she's very good in astronomy. And he's the daughter of the mathematician called Theon. She went to Athens. She lives in Egypt, by the way, Egyptian family. She went to Athens. Then he came back to Iskandaria, what we call it. Of course, you all understand. Alexandria is minus 400, by the way. Minus 400. So compare with Socrates, so it's early age. Probably Aristo a bit earlier than Aristo, since he born in, oh no, it's after, I'm sorry, it's after Christ. So he was born in 370 after Christ. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. So plus, not earlier than Aristo. And he in Alexandria Library, he gave a Platon school, gave courses there, lecturer. But of course, it's a Christianity time, and also the Romans are has got a power. Although at that time probably Christianity is not. It is accepted by the some of the Egyptians as well, and also the he was teaching the Musevilik and also the Christianity, uh, and then he was explaining the Platon's and Aristotle's ideas. He has good students as well, but all of a sudden, while he was traveling with this car, you can see that this. I'm sorry, not a car actually. The coach, let's say, and she has taken by those people and killed by those people because of their because of her ideas and lectures. He wrote books about mathematics, astronomy, and one of the book is astronomic law. He calculated some angles between stars and the how far are we from Earth and things like this. And this sentence is important. Copernicus model, center is sun, and the other or world, for example, is their orbit is between the rotating between the sun, is his sorry, is her one of her ideas, but it's not certain. It is written here that the governor and also a lot of powerful people were the student of her, and however the episcopos of the Alexandria episcopos Cyril uh, declared him that he's devil and witch. You see how easy it is. Since you have a power of the religion, and you if you don't like her or him, you say she is witch. Then the normal, ordinary people, uneducated people believe in, and they killed her. And they also anyway, it was a lot of uh, they cut his body and things like this. It's a terrible. Third one is a Pythagore. Pythagore, look, this book or this note is not written by looking at the dates. Now we come back to before Christ, minus 507, minus 495. Milattan önce. Pitagoras. Bu biliyorsunuz Pitagoras şeyli galiba, Sakız Adası'ndan galiba yetişme. Yani somewhere very near to Turkey, the island, and he is a mathematician, and also he communicated with Thales. He went to Egypt and Babil, and also get education over there. So it seems that Babil at that time is also a good center for science. But and then he developed that one. But when he come back to Greece, the state actually, bir dakika ya, burada tarihlerde bir hata var ha. There is something wrong. There is something wrong. If it is before Christ, so that means, of course, is number of years are reducing. But here it's becoming 529. Probably this should be. Oh yes, it is. It is. I agree. Born in 570 and 529, he went down from Greece, and he had to move to South Italy, Croydon. So he's not died, he's not killed or executed. It seems that the before Christianity, or before those religions become dominant, um, execution was not really seen, except Socrates. So Socrates is another bad example. Anyway, so we have seen also Pythagoras as well. He hasn't killed anyway. What was him? This is a picture of Raphael, by the way. Picture of Pythagoras. You can see that. Pythagoras teaching. This note says that Pythagoras also proposed that world is rotate is a spherical shape, and also discovered the Venus. He is against that. Actually, sun is rotating around world, but he is against that one, and world is rotating around sun. That sentence is important. Pythagoras and his followers are believing that the environment has got a certain rules. That's a very good starting point of the scientific thinking. If you look at the date he lives, minus 570. So it's very interesting. Minus 570. They say the nature of or the nature of the system, the whole system has got certain rules. So although they couldn't write the equations of those, thousands of years later it's written. However, they understand what's going on Earth, or what's going on or in orbit and things like this. That is called scientific philosophy. But scientific philosophy is always conflicting with religious. No matter whether Christianity or Islamic or Jewish, Dawoodi, no matter those. Also, the early time, there are some gods representing the uh, wishes of the or fears of the human mind, and those are defined. And the scientific or scientists discover something belong to the actual rules of the environment, Earth, then there's a conflict between those occurs. Copernic, as I told you before, Copernic is very important person. But just look at the date. It is just before the Galilei. It's 1400, between 543. He lives in East Germany, Prussia. And also he was the let's say lecturer or helping the episcopos of the Catholic Church over there. That is also a picture from Fromborg Cathedral. It says astronom Copernic, that one, and I don't want to say chatting. I couldn't find the sohbet is also Arabic word with God. Okay, so they start thinking that the environment, the whole environment, has got certain rules, and those rules are defined by God. That's completely against the Catholic Church approach. Copernicus is a very interesting person. He has a book, the space, the space things and their action, and he is in his book. World is moving. Of course, at that time, this is the first uh, explanation or first idea that world is moving, rotating, and things like this. Although even before the Christ, at minus time, in the west, and in the east, there are some philosophers, mathematicians, astronomers. They also declare that world is moving. However, that is the one which now also communication and traveling is become easier in 16th century. So they go, they talk, they declare. Therefore, the dissemination of the ideas, hani fikirlerin yayılması hızlanmış. Dissemination of the ideas is becoming faster, quicker. Okay, but those, he hasn't declared that one, and he also followed the Pythagore, and he hasn't published many years, published those material. Okay, but at the end he has written something. He was clever actually, and he didn't tell the ideas against church. since not because of the church pressure, but also because of the ordinary people's pressure. Or ordinary people is also dangerous fact. Those uneducated, ordinary means uneducated people are a dangerous fact. You can see that they also kill some scientists as well. He says, uh, I have to explain things to the educated people, not the ordinary people. He's rather selective person. So there is a belief that if you give a good idea to an uneducated person, the perception capability is not possible to understand it. Türkçe söyleyeceğim. I'm going to tell in Turkish. Karşındaki cahile onun anlayabileceği dilde konuşmazsan o onu zaten anlayamayacaktır. Dolayısıyla da bu adam biraz seçkinci. He's rather selective. So he express his feelings to the educated people as well. Wittenberg University mathematics and space professor, Protestant academician. Look the effect of religious on science. Protestant academician, now Protestant also ideas expanded. That's why he managed to publish this book. Danzig is in between Germany and Poland. Copernicus is a Polish fellow. So his book is published anyway. Galileo, we already discussed the Galileo, we already talked about this. He was, for example, he was in the Science Academy member. He became Science Academy member. And also he published a book about the on sun changes on the shadows of the sun, and he defended Copernicus system, and he remember that he was accused, and also the Papa Fifth Paul formed a commission, and his book is forbidden, and he is asked that the world is not rotating. Anyway, we all know the story of the Galileo. The one thing, probably the success of Galileo is such that if he wouldn't artificially accept that world is not rotating, possibly he would have been killed. He would have been burned, similar to Bruno. But he accepted it. Then later he managed to complete his famous book, which is claiming the world is rotating. Bir dakika ya, bir karışıklık var. Lavoisier'e geldi iş. Oh yes, Lavoisier. Galileo'nun, bu da a picture. Galileo is in Roma Inquisition jury. If you ask me, I repeat, if you ask me to tell you one sentence about this course, what I'm going to say that don't be sure about your ideas. Always ask questions about your ideas, your beliefs, and things like this as well. That is what scientific thinking is all about. You are going to question. Look at the face. Look at the face of this person. He believes that he's right, and he is intent to punish Galileo. Look, he's wrong. If he would have been a scientific brain, he would have been thinking that, am I right? What happens if he is right? Furkan söyle.
Hocam, I would like to add something that I have came across when I was researching Galilei before. So I have
Yes.
bought his book that is mentioned right over here, dialogues about two different world systems. And around that time, I wanted to know how he came to write this book, what has happened, and how he actually, in the end, just decided to drop his work and just make a practical telescope. What I had found out was rather fascinating. Rather than a religious decision, it was much more of a political decision to not let Galilei publish his work. Because back in the day, the Protestant church was actually had started to gain power. And in order to cut that out, the Catholic Church had to do something. They wanted to see what they were doing before they decided to just ban the scientific stuff. They were actually funding Galilei. He had people he had known inside of the church. He was actually in good terms with them. But as time went on, they realized that no, the Protestant church is gaining power. How? Because normal people, the uneducated people, were actually believing that the knowledge from olden times were the right ones. And as the church was questioning the old knowledge, people were just converting from Catholicism to Protestant belief. So in order to not lose their believers, their worshippers, they started banning some researches.
So it was the conflict between the Protestant church and the Catholic church, was it?
Yes.
Am I right to say that?
Yes. In the end, it came to that.
Were those people belong to Catholic or Protestant? Those people,
Catholic.
the jury. These are Catholics. Yeah, that's right.
Hocam,
Right. These are Catholics. Yeah, that's right.
Hocam,
Right.
direkt şeyden Katolik kilisesinden destek alıyormuş. Hatta ilk başta bütün araştırmalarının parasını onlar veriyorlarmış. Sonrasında protestanların popülaritesi daha çok artınca biz neyi yanlış yapıyoruz deyip araştırmaya başlamışlar ve o dönemde çok yaygın olan Aristo felsefesine zıt gittikleri için bu araştırmalar insanların, özellikle cahil insanların yok abi böyle şey mi olur deyip Katolikliği bırakıp Protestanlığa dönmesiyle politik güçlerini ve milletten aldıkları vergileri kaybediyorlar. Bu sebepten ötürü aslında bu araştırmaları yasaklıyorlar.
Yes, in summary, in summary, thank you Furkan, thank you. Çok güzel. In brief summary, those people are using religious in order to sustain their power. Power means money. Power means also getting respect from ordinary people. Power means ordering capability, but so there is always an economical and powerful considerations affect the scientific and the relationship between science and the religious. But that is what also I was saying I did say in the past that not the religious itself, but the people who act as if they are representing the religious are also corrupting the religious and also divert the religious rules, and then they explain the things in their brief, their pure benefits. Thank you. Let's continue. Lavoisier. Lavoisier'i bilirsiniz. Hiçbir şey yoktan var olmaz, var olan yok olmaz. Nothing was created from nothing, and nothing was diminished or disappear. Therefore, that's a famous rule of the Lavoisier. I couldn't translate it in Turkish properly. Yoktan var olmaz, vardan da yok olmaz in Turkish. In France, he's a wealthy person, and he was graduated or breeded from his fathers. When he was young, hangi tarihte yaşamış, bir dakika ya, Lavoisier? Galiba tarih yok burada. Ha, var. O 18. yüzyıl, 18th century. So during the actually during the 1789. Evet. Tabii Fransa ihtilali 1794, Fransa 1789 Fransız. So he has also lived before the revolution in France, and then he died because of the revolution, I know. So I'm going to show you. He was getting gold medal from French Science Academy, and he was very young, and he was working on chemical. Then he was also writing the geologic maps of the France, and also farming and everything. And also but this young scientist, he's dealt with the, I couldn't remember, tax system of the state. Tax system. There's a picture. That's a painter. These are not pictures. These are painting. Lavoisier and his wife. He was working on the British system, Lavoisier, and he called by the revolution judgment. He has been accused against the revolution, and also his relationship with aristocracy, and also talking about the tax business. So corruption in tax business. He's not corrupting, actually. He's against the corruption. But he was collecting the taxes as well. He used some of the taxes for his laboratory experiments. But because of the revolution, you see, there is a famous saying that revolution kills their own sons. Devrimler evlatlarını yer in Turkish. So Lavoisier, in 51st year, he executed in guillotine. That there is a sentence here, but I don't think it's a real. It says while he was waiting for to be executed, and he was reading a book, and then when they, people come to kill him, they say put a separator in a book. Anyway, he was, one thing is important in science. The Greeks were saying the sand, water, fire, and air. You remember that? Probably you knew that. There are 4 major elements, they say. Toprak, su, ateş ve hava. But Lavoisier, he has changed that one, and he has developed a theory. He has a book about this one. And also the kitlenin korunumu yasası. That is the one I'm talking about. Nobody disappears. Nothing disappears. It changes its form, he says, and he's right. Okay, so that is the Lavoisier's sad story is this, and also you can see that not only religious here in this time, the revolution itself. You see, when I was started this course, you remember that I said humankind is the most dangerous creature on the planet, on Earth. Humankind is the most dangerous creature, since human can kill for their own benefits, for their own ideas. So if you look at the nature of the environment, the birds can't do that. Lions never kill because of the so stupid ideas. They only kill to eat, to feed themselves, to survive. Anyway, Bruno is another very famous example. It's a bit early. Look at that. It's earlier than Lavoisier. However, it's the 16th century. He was an Italian philosopher, also rahib. So Rupan, he's a religious fellow, but also astronomy, deal with astronomy, and mathematicians, and the Renaissance philosophy. One of the founder of one of the follower of the Renaissance philosophy. He moved to England. He moved to France. He traveled around, and he has very awkward ideas against well-established ideas and things like this. But what's happening actually at the end, when he came back to Italy, and in that case, he's judged, and then he burned down in front of in the city center. They put him and burned. So he's blamed that he's a witch. Actually, he's not. He's the one hasn't changed his ideas. You see, there are two examples. One of them is Galileo, which is he saved his life, and then he published his famous book. So he made a good service to the humankind. His book is a kind of good material. But if you look at the um, uh, Bruno, he hasn't his ideas. He hasn't changed his ideas, and he resists. But at the end, he's killed. It's an interesting life story. Miguel Servet, another example. He's the follower of the Bruno. He moved to, bir dakika, Bruno'da mıyız hala yoksa ya? Bruno'dayız. Yeah, that's right. Matematik, science, hangi tarihte yaşamış bakalım? And also poetry. Oh yes, it's beginning of the he lived in 1509 and died in 1553, where Sultan Süleyman is the king of the or emperor of the Ottoman Empire. Daha fazla da okuyamayacağım çocuklar ya, vakit tamamlandı. Yes, in Spain he has a lot of problem, and he has used a different name also in order to protect himself from Inquisition judiciary. Bacon also has a problem, but he's also burned with his books in Lausanne. So it's another sad story. What is I criticize that note, which is written by Cansu Aygen. I obtained in internet. What I criticize, it should follow the respect to the dates. So once jump to the 16th century and come back to the 14th century or earlier than this, it is not a wise. So those who are interested in can read that one. Bacon also has got problems. Bakalım sonunu görelim bir Bacon'ın. So deneysel bilim, experimental science is in his approach. The purpose of the philosophy is to reach the God's knowledge, and also the mathematics. I also share kind of interesting ideas about those equations governing the environment are something which are in good order. Anyway, the last sentence I would like to tell you before I'm going to take also attendance list. But the last sentence I would like to take, I would like to say that human has got very, very bad phenomena properties in it. Don't try to press the bad feelings and try to improve your positive ideas in your mind, in your heart, personally. This is what we do. And also, we should not forget what's happening in Palestine right now. It is unacceptable. Of course, it was unacceptable that the Hamas was fighting the civilians. That is, I totally reject that kind of action. However, now what's going on? More than 10 days, a lot of civilians, lot of children, women, nothing to do with the only thing they live there, and they are killed. And I still, because of those, the bad examples, this is another bad example. And I also would like to complete my course with the um, Turkish Republic's 100 years celebration. Efendim, birisi bir şey söyledi. Adil.
Yes, Professor. When you mentioned Palestine and Israel, the conflict between them, it's actually a war of ideas. It's not like political. It's as you mentioned
Everything.
in the course.
Everything. Benefit. Economical. There is a natural gas over there in the sea. Lot of unbelievable things occurring.
It's so many people would describe it as a religious war. What's happening there?
No, it is not. I don't think it's a religious war. It's the war of power. Governing. That's all. Expanding the power. Those innocent people living in Gaza, for example, and also the West Bank, they're pure innocent people. I have taken the list. Don't go. I'm going to take the attendance list. Don't go, please. The only thing I can say that try to yourself, try to keep the bad feelings compressed in your brain. Humankind is a dirty nature. Dirty nature. Next week we are going to start technology. Probably we would be becoming happy. Abdul Bari is the first name, and the Ismail, who left, Yunus Emre is the last name. Okay, thank you for the contribution you are doing, Furkan, and another. I couldn't remember his name now. Okay, you
It's
can leave
okay,
now.
Professor.
Okay, you can leave now. Thank you. Sağ ol Erdem. Okudum. Haydi bakalım. Kapatıyorum.